at, that he knew anybody at the Sterling Glen Apartments where he was purchasing drugs from?
I did not.
The night of that this happened, July 26th and the morning hours of July 27th, did you find any communications between him and anyone else at the Sterling Glen Apartments that, other than the calls that we've talked about with Synovia and Avion and his mother?
I did not.
There was some mention in the interview, I think both you and Sergeant Poppy discussed DNA. Did you ask for and have the crime scene unit at Gwinnett County Police Department look for evidence of DNA in the vehicle?
Yes.
And I say the vehicle, I'll be more specific. In both his police vehicle and in his truck?
Yes, we did.
And then ultimately, talk to us a little bit about the expectation of finding DNA in a suspect's vehicle.
It depends what you're looking for. So with blood, even if it's been cleaned up, we use a product called Blue Star that can detect it and even show like when it's been cleaned up. Yeah.
Okay.
Other items, I mean, it's a large area. It depends on what we're swabbing and where we, yeah.
Certainly. So, I mean, obviously, if somebody's bleeding profusely in a vehicle, you would expect to find some trace of blood in that vehicle, even if somebody tried to clean it up.
Yes.
Does it differ in your obviously, if there's a profuse amount of blood or a lot of bleeding or something like that from a gunshot or a stab wound or something like that, does that differ from what you might expect in another form of death like strangulation?
Yes.
And explain that to us.
With strangulation, I don't know in what situation we may find DNA regarding a strangulation.
Let me ask a very related question to that. When there's a death by asphyxiation or strangulation, do you expect to find blood?
No.
Okay. I want to ask you about, in your experience with the Gwinnett County Police Department, have you ever been involved with or responded to any kind of overdose fatality where somebody dies from an overdose?
Multiple.
In those, what kinds of things do you find in terms of, let's be direct, in those, do the victims oftentimes, it will be vulgar, but vomit?
Yes.
Why is that?
I'm not really sure the medical reason, but you see it pretty much at every overdose.
So every overdose that you've been involved with or responded to, has that occurred?
Yes.
In the investigation into the defendant, did you find any stains, any evidence whatsoever that would be consistent with vomit in either of the defendant's vehicles?
I did not.
Okay. In the interview, and we've watched it, we're not going to rewatch it, but in the interview, as you and Detective Poppy and Sergeant Jorstad interviewed the defendant and explained all of the evidence that you outlined in that, at any point, did the defendant ever ask you how Susana died?
He did not.
I want to show you what I'm marking. Show you what I've marked with states exhibits number 45 and 46. I'll show them that's correct for the record. No, I didn't ask, but may I approach the witness? Thank you.
You can move around the courtroom.
Do you recognize what's contained? We'll start with State's Exhibit number 45.
Yes.
All right, and what is State's Exhibit 45?
It's Miles Bryant's personal cell phone.
All right. 46, do you recognize what's in State's Exhibit 46?
Yes.
And what is that?
It's Miles Bryant's City of Doraville cell phone.
Are those the two phones that we observed you in the interview take from the defendant as he was being interviewed on February 13th of 2023?
Yes, they are.
Are they in the same or similar condition as they were when you took them that day?
Yes, they are.
Judge, I move to admit State's Exhibit 45 and 46.
No objection.
State's Exhibit 45 and 46 are admitted without objection. Excuse me.
Judge. So we looked at, or we heard from Corporal Howard, who downloaded these phones. Once he downloaded the phones, did you receive a copy of the downloads from both of these phones?
Yes, I did.
When you got those, did you go through them looking for evidence in this case?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And I want to show you I'm going to show you show the trick first. I'm going to show you what I've marked as State's Exhibit 1.1, 1.2, and 1.5. Do you recognize those?
Yes.
All right, and let's start with the first one, 1.1. What is it?
It is a search history from the cell phone, one of the cell phones.
Okay, from
Internet search history.
Internet search history, thank you. 1.2, what is that?
That is an activity sensor report from the cell phone.
Okay,
One of the cell phones, sorry.
all right, that's all right. And 1.5, what is 1.5?
These are pictures obtained of Susana from one of the cell phones.
Okay. Did you look at the cell phone and obtain the information that's contained in those three reports?
Yes, I did.
All right. Are they true and accurate copies of the information contained in Mr. Bryant's personal phone?
Yes, they are.
All right. And Judge, I move to admit State's Exhibit 1.1, 1.2, and 1.5.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, State's Exhibit 1.1, 1.2, and 1.5 are admitted without objection.
Judge, may I publish them?
Yes.
And Detective Carter, we're going to start with 1.1, and I'm going to put that up on the screen. You have a copy there. It'll be on the screen as well. And what you see on the screen, is that what you're holding a copy of?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Now, you said internet search history a moment ago when you identified this. Does somebody's phone capture searches that they make on their phone through different internet browsers?
Yes, it does.
Did you go and look at that information on Mr. Bryant's personal phone?
I did.
Okay, and is that what reflected here, some of those searches? here in State's Exhibit 1.1?
Yes, it is some.
I'm going to zoom in here. Here, and I'm going to have you, I'm just going to zoom so we can all see on the screens. You can use either the screen in front of you or the copy that you have. When you looked at this, would you read out the first search here that's at the top?
Will Gwinnett take a police report to be ready?
All right, and the one below that?
Will Gwinnett take police repo?
Okay. What was of interest to you in terms of those searches on the defendant's cell phone?
I know the wording is incorrect, but it seems like he's trying to see how long it would take for a report to be completed.
Through Gwinnett County?
Correct.
Okay. And in your investigation, why was that particularly relevant?
I was thinking he wanted to research and see what the report said.
Okay. Now, down here in the number 3 spot, what is the search that Mr. Bryant made on his phone?
Where to buy a vehicle tracking device.
When his vehicle was searched, his personal vehicle, were GPS tracking devices located in his vehicle?
Yes, they were.
Okay. And number 4 here, what is the search term there? It's at the top.
What cellular network does Xfinity Mobile use?
Okay. Now, what's the relevance of him searching for cellular networks at that point?
It could mean multiple things. It could mean he wants to see where his phone may ping at. It also could mean...
I'm going to object. She doesn't know. She's just offering hypotheticals. She doesn't know why he searched that. That's cause for speculation.
Judge, I don't think it calls for speculation. I think that's a proper avenue on cross-examination. If Ms. Drake wants to ask her about the relevancy of those.
Okay, I'm going to overrule the objection. Go ahead, Detective.
It could also mean, I know he switched phones eventually. He could just be researching how well his cell service may be.
Sure. The one in number 5, though, what's different about that one?
If I unplug my, number 5, sorry. Verizon towers near me.
All right. So at some point, the defendant was searching for what cell towers were near him?
Correct.
Okay. Number 6.
If I unplug my bouncy, will it still work?
What is that? What is a bouncy?
It's a tracking device.
Okay. And then number 7.
How to hide a camera.
Okay. Number 8.
Honda CR-V plug for tracker.
And what was relevant about the Honda CR-V plug?
Synovia, his girlfriend at the time, drove a Honda CR-V.
Okay. Then number 9. What are we looking at here?
Hidden camera store.
And number 10.
Hidden cam for your room.
Number 11.
Gwinnett teen found.
All right. So these are, in terms of the value here that we're looking at, these search terms, these are actual phrases that the defendant typed into his phone?
Yes, they are.
Okay. Number 12.
Gwinnett County jurisdiction map.
Okay. And number 13.
Garrity warning.
What is a Garrity?
When a police officer is under or has an IA investigation, the investigator with the police department will read Garrity to us.
And you say an IA investigation. What's an IA?
Internal affairs.
So, does Garrity operate somewhat kind of like Miranda, the Miranda warnings that do for a normal person in the public?
Yes, that's my understanding.
Okay. Number 14.
Does bouncy make any noise?
Okay, and again, that's the tracking device.
Yes, it is.
Number 15.
Cell phone tower near me.
And 16.
Cell phone tower map.
All right. Number 17.
Can you unlock an iPhone with a photo?
And number 18.
Brick house security GPS.
And what is Brick House Security GPS?
It's another tracker.
Okay. Number 19.
Blink camera Best Buy.
All right. Number 20.
Attempted burglary OCGA.
All right. move down to the third page here, number 21.
Our police reports public record.
Okay, and the last one, number 22.
Our bouncy GPS, worth it.
Okay. So you obtained all of those, you found all of those search terms in the defendant's personal phone?
Yes, those are some of them.
Okay. And I want to move to State's Exhibit 1.2. Why did you identified that as a physical track, I don't know if that was the word you used, physical tracker or
Activity sensor.
activity sensor, thank you. So what is a physical activity sensor?
Your phone tracks how many steps you take, sometimes your heart rate, depending on if you're wearing a watch, and sometimes calories that you burned, again, if you're wearing like a watch.
Okay. And so does your phone collect and keep that data?
Yes, in regards to, yes, it does. With the steps, though, you can just have your phone.
And in the investigation, why did you look in the defendant's physical activity sensor data?
Because he said in his interview that he never got out of his truck.
Okay, and specifically in what context did he make those statements?
When he was on the side of 316, he never got out of his truck.
Okay, so did you look at his physical activity tracker to verify that information?
Yes, I did.
All right, and I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 1.2 here, and I'll zoom in so that we can see it here. All right, now here up where this says number 1, tell us actually I'm going to move down here, excuse me. So we're going to bounce around here a little bit on this document because it's not perfectly in chronological order. But looking at number 10 here on this document, what time frame does the number 10 here at the top cover? And I'll try to zoom in a little bit more.
Number 10?
Yes.
It covers on July 27th, 2022, 9 a.m. till July 27th, 2022 at 10 a.m.
Okay, and what results came from the physical activity tracker?
That he burned 75.88 kilocalories.
During that period of time?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to move to another number here, and and we'll just go up 1 here to number 9. And what are we looking at here, number 9, the time frame?
July 26, 2022 at 10 p.m. till July 26, 2022, 11 p.m.
Okay, and what were the results of that?
Distance traveled was 18.83.
That's in meters?
Yes.
Okay.
He took 27 steps, again, traveled 18.83 meters and burned 75.88 calories.
Okay. Now, I'm going to move you to another time frame, just 1 up to number 8 here. And what time frame are we looking at on number 8?
July 26, 2022, 11 p.m. to July 27, 2022 at 12 a.m.
Okay. So in this hour, what were the results in terms of his physical activity sensor?
Total sample counts were 14. He traveled 387.08 meters with a max speed of 1.5 miles per hour. And at 11:52 p.m., it tracked that he took 358 steps. 11:42 p.m., he took 74 steps. At 11:22 p.m., he took 167 steps. At 11:07 p.m., he took 30 steps.
Okay.
And then, sorry. This is still on the 26th. at 11:52 p.m., he traveled 214 meters. 11:42 p.m., he traveled 47.74 meters. 11:22 p.m., he traveled 104.3 meters. 11:07 p.m., he traveled 20.99 meters. And then the speeds, 11:57, 1.32 miles per hour. 11:56, 1.30 miles per hour. 11:56 again, 0.94 miles per hour. 11:53, 1.48 miles per hour. 11:53 again, 1.50 miles per hour.
And I want to direct you up here to the top of that section that you were just reading about speed. What is it calibrated in there?
Miles per hour?
Is it miles per hour or meters per second on speed?
It could be meters per second. Yeah, that's right. Sorry.
No, that's all right. And so I know you just gave us those speeds there in miles per hour.
Yes.
Are those appropriately reflected as meters per second?
They are.
Okay. So 1.32 miles per hour is actually 1.32 meters per second?
Yes, I was getting it confused with how Google reads.
That's okay. And then total energy burned during that or at that time?
75.88.
Is that, and those are in, I guess it says kilocalories?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to take you to another time frame. And we'll just go up one, number 7 on this list. What time frame is covered in number 7 on this document?
It is July 27th, 2022 at 12 a.m. till July 27th, 2022 at 1 a.m.
All right. And what were the results from that time period?
It took 5 samples. The distance traveled was 85.66 meters. At 12:38 a.m., he took 105 steps. 12:08 a.m., he took 24 steps. Distance traveled, 12:38 a.m., 70.22 meters. Yes, okay, sorry, 12:08 a.m., 15.44 meters, and energy burn was still 75.88.
Okay. And then we're going to go to number 6.
You want me to go?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Number 6, what time frame is it covering?
July 27, 2022 at 2 a.m. till July 27, 2022 at 3 a.m.
Okay. And as we scroll, what's the total distance covered, traveled during that period of time?
586.08 meters.
Okay. Now, down here, I'm going to scroll down to where it says steps. Can you talk to us about the steps that were taken?
Yes. 2:58 a.m., 69 steps. 2:48 a.m., 393 steps. 2:38 a.m., 260 steps. 2:03 a.m., 182 steps.
All right. The distance that's traveled at those times.
2:58 a.m., 39.28. 2:48 a.m., 251.81.
So we can be clear, are these in meters?
Correct, meters. I apologize. 238 a.m., 172.81 meters. 2:03 a.m., 122.18 meters.
Here, as we're looking at the speed that's occurring here at those times, from 2:11 in the morning to 2:58 in the morning on July 27th. Give us the speeds at which he's traveling.
2:58 a.m., 1.12 meters per second. 2:54 a.m., 1.23 meters per second. 2:52 a.m., 1.28 meters per second. 2:46 a.m., 1.04 meters per second. 2:12 a.m., 1.14 meters per second. 2:11 a.m., 1.40 meters per second. to 11 a.m. again, 1.18 meters per second.
All right. And then we've looked at the energy burn on the other ones. It seems to be the same, but the flights climbed.
At 2:58 a.m., he climbed one flight of stairs. 2:45 a.m., he climbed 3 flights of stairs.
Now, when it says, flights climbed, does that indicate that he actually climbed a flight of stairs or a change in elevation?
It's usually a change in elevation.
Okay. And then, all right. That's all I wanted to go over on that particular document. The question I have is that based on the results of his physical activity sensor throughout the night, and I think you documented from 10 a.m. through essentially 3 a.m. and then again from 9 a.m. in the morning to 10 a.m. Did it appear that the defendant remained in his vehicle, as he said, on the side of Highway 316 or not?
It didn't appear that he did. It's actually inconsistent with him sitting in his vehicle.
And if you're sitting in your vehicle and or driving your vehicle, does your physical activity sensor track the distance that's being traveled by your vehicle if you're in the vehicle?
No.
Okay. So those results are only generated if somebody's out of the vehicle walking around?
Yes.
Okay. And I want to show you State's Exhibit 1.5. You've got it up there. It's already been admitted. When you were looking through the defendant's phone, did you look for or find any photographs of interest in his phone?
I found photographs of him looking at the media coverage of Susana that had the pictures attached to them.
All right. And Judge, may I publish 1.5?
Yes.
All right. And explain to us, I'm going to zoom in here so we can see a little better, but explain to the jury what we're looking at here.
Those are the timestamps that he referenced or researched the pictures of Susana.
All right, starting with number 1 here, what are we looking at here?
The date is February 12th, 2023 at 9:20 a.m. It is a picture that was released of Susana.
All right. Now, and I'll just go here so we can look at the photograph a little bit bigger. All right, let me go back here. How long before the defendant was interviewed was he researching this photograph or researching the news story containing this photograph?
That was one day before he was arrested.
Okay, so the day before y'all went and picked him up at his apartment complex and interviewed him, this was the activity on his phone?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Number 2, what are we looking at here?
There's no date documenting this. It is another picture of Susana.
All right, and number 3?
There's no date documenting this one as well. It is the same picture. It's another picture that was released to the media of Susana.
All right. In terms of this one, I'll pull this up here so we can maybe get a bigger look at it here. No, I'm not sure it's bigger, but we'll zoom in. All right. What does this say on this one?
Still no trace of Susana Morales, Gwinnett County teen missing since July 2022.
Okay. Number 4 down here.
It's a picture of Susana that says rest in peace. I can't read the bottom part. It's dated February 8th, 2023.
Okay. When did, we already have talked about that on February 6th her remains were located, but when did the Gwinnett County Police Department, if you know, make any public statements or reveal to the public that Susana had been found?
I know that Dr. Terry confirmed that it was her on the 7th, I believe, but I don't recall the date that it was released to the media.
All right. Do you know if it was by February 8th, 2023?
I believe it would, yeah, it would have been.
Okay. Now, in this photograph here that we're...
Well, obviously it was because it says rest in peace. Sorry.
No, that's all right. I know it's been a long time. The next one here, number 5, what are we looking at here?
It's another picture of Susana.
All right. Is there any date associated with this one?
There's not.
All right. And then number 6.
Another picture of Susana.
Okay. And number 7.
Another picture of Susana that says missing teen.
Okay. Now, do you know how the defendant's personal phone documented those photographs, how they ended up in his phone?
From those, it was him visiting the websites.
Okay, so looking at a website and the images on that website remained on his phone?
Yes.
Okay. Did you do the same type of analysis with the defendant's work phone?
I did.
Okay, and I'm going to continue to approve.
Certainly.
Thank you. I'm going to show you State's Exhibits 2.1 and 2.2. Do you recognize those?
Yes, I do.
And what is contained in State's Exhibit 2.1?
It is a search history of some searches that were located in his work phone.
It is in the defendant's work phone?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And 2.2?
It's an activity sensor from the defendant's county phone, or city phone.
All right. And as it relates to those 2 exhibits, are those true and accurate copies of the information that you found when reviewing the defendant's city-issued work phone?
Yes, they are.
Judge, I move to admit State's Exhibits 2.1 and 2.2.
No objection.
Okay, State's Exhibit 2.1 and 2.2 are admitted without objection. And you
May I
may
publish them,
publish.
Your Honor?
Yes, sorry. I spoke over you. Yeah.
Your Honor, I have technical difficulties with the computer. 1 second. All right, 2.1. So this is the search history from the defendant's work phone. Can you tell us here in number 1, what did the defendant search for on his work phone?
How long does it take a body to decompose?
All right. And obviously, in your investigation, why was that particularly relevant?
Because Susana was in the woods decomposing.
Okay. Number 2, here on this document, what did the defendant search for on his city-issued phone?
Gwinnett County News.
And number 3, what did he search for?
Entering a home without permission.
Okay. We're going to move to State's Exhibit 2.2. Do you have that one in front of you?
Yes.
All right. Going to take you to, on that one, we'll start with number 11 on that one. Here on number 11, can you see? I'm going to zoom in here on this document. Can you see that there?
Yes, I can.
Okay. What time frame is this covering from on number 11?
July 27th, 2022 at 9 a.m. to July 27th, 2022 at 10 a.m.
This time period, is that consistent with the time frame that the defendant's phones were back out at the site where Susana's body went missing?
Yes.
All right. And during that period of time, on his work phone, what did his physical activity tracker show?
It collected 20 samples. The distance traveled was 1,021.03 meters with a max speed of 1.46 meters per second.
Okay. And down here, and let's just go to the distance traveled here, and tell us what the his physical activity sensor showed on his work phone.
On the same day, July 27, 2022, at 9:45 a.m., he traveled 5.60 meters. 9:31 a.m., he traveled 12.71 meters. 9:21 a.m., 470.48 meters. 9:11 a.m., 375.53 meters. 9:01 a.m., 156.71 meters.
Okay. I'm going to just move you down to number 13 on this document. And I'll zoom in here. The time frame on number 13. What is that?
July 27, 2022 at 1 a.m. to July 27, 2022 at 2 a.m.
Is that consistent with the phone calls from his work phone that were pinging out at the scene where Susana's body was located between 1 and 2 a.m. on July 27th?
Yes, they are.
All right, and during that period of time, I'm going to go down here to the distance traveled. Talk to us about the distance that was traveled during that hour.
On July 27, 2022 at 1:51 a.m., 358.30 meters. 1:41 a.m., 373.75 meters. 1:31 a.m., 140.47 meters. 1:20 a.m., 381.65 meters. And at 1:10 a.m., 209.62 meters.
All right, and those are made up of different steps that the defendant was taking there, and the next one. Can you read those out to us?
Yes. Still on July 27, 2022, at 1:51 a.m., he took 497 steps. 1:41 a.m., he took 518 steps. 1:31 a.m., he took 195 steps. 1:20 a.m., he took 474 steps. At 1:10 a.m., he took 250 steps.
Okay. And now, obviously this is in meters. 1 meter approximately 3 feet?
Yes.
Okay. Now, so for instance, here where it says at 1:51 a.m. he took 497, excuse me, let me go up here to the distance traveled, 358 meters. So essentially in feet, that's 3 times that amount?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I'm going to take you to down here to number 14. What's the time frame we're looking at here?
Number 14 is July 26, 2022, 11 p.m. till July 27, 2022 at 12 a.m.
All right. And what was the total distance traveled during that hour?
222.43 meters.
All right. And give us this. Here it didn't document, it documented distance travel, which you have just stated, but the steps that are taken. Can you tell us what that was?
Yes, at 11:52 p.m., it documented him taking 349 steps.
All right. And then down to 15, what time frame is number 15 document?
15, it documents July 26, 2022 at 10 p.m. to July 26, 2022 at 11 p.m.
All right. And talk to us about what the activity sensor documents.
It documented him traveling 101.07 meters.
All right. What was the distance traveled over those times?
10:38 p.m., he traveled 25.08 meters. 10:24 p.m., he traveled 0.88 meters. 10:10 p.m., he traveled 8.38 meters. And at 10 p.m., he traveled 66.73 meters.
All right. And the steps associated with those?
10:38 p.m., he took 35 steps. 10:24 p.m., he took 2 steps. 10:10 p.m., he took 18 steps. And at 10 a.m., he took 97 steps.
you said 10 a.m.
Oh, 10 p.m., I apologize.
That's all right. I just want to make sure we're accurate for the record. Again, as you interviewed the defendant and he claimed to you that he was driving around all night and did not get out of his vehicle, when you reviewed the sensor activity data for his city-issued phone, what did you find?
At around 10 p.m., he was out of his car. At 10 p.m., he was out of his car. 10:24, he was very briefly out of his car. Maybe one step out, one step back in. It's only 2 steps. And then 10:38 p.m., he was out of his vehicle as well.
Those same conclusions. Did you read those same conclusions about the other times, 1 a.m. to 2 a.m., 2 a.m. to 3 a.m.?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
He was out a significant amount more.
A significant amount more at those times, is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. So here between 1 a.m. and 2 a.m., what times did it appear that he was out of his car?
All of the times documented?
Okay, so that's at least from 1:20 in the morning to 1:58 in the morning?
Correct.
On the morning of the 27th?
Yes.
Okay. When you search through, and I'm going to go back just for a minute to his personal phone. When you search through his personal phone, you were here for when Ms. Lanius testified, the QT employee. Walk the jury through what happened with Ms. Lanius.
When I was investigating this case, like I previously stated, I knew that Susana had black nail polish when she was last seen. I located the video that was sent to the defendant. It was about 24 hours after Susana went missing. And I could see, obviously I can't see the female's face, but I noticed that she had black nail polish. This caught my attention because one, it's very, very close proximity to Susana going missing. And then the black nail polish as well. And I wanted to make sure that it wasn't associated.
All right. And how did you determine who the photographs actually belonged to?
I researched the phone number that the video was sent from, and then I made contact with Miss Yesenia. And then I interviewed her, showed her the video, and she confirmed that it was her video.
All right. Now, I'm going to show you what's already been admitted as State Exhibit 22.1. When you researched into the defendant's phone, here what's contained in 22.1 that's already been published and admitted. Is that what you found in the phone?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And we're not going to rewatch the video, but I'm going to show the document that you're looking at here in 22.1. There we go. Here in 22.1, is that the document that's in front of you?
Yes, it is.
All right, so the phone number here that Ms. Lanius testified about, ending in 6101, is that the phone number you contacted Ms. Lanius on?
It is.
All right, and then you found the video that we've already watched of Ms. Lanius that she testified to in the defendant's phone?
Yes, I did.
All right. What is can you explain to the jury what a MDT is?
It's a mobile, oh man, I can't remember what it's called. It's a police computer, mobile data terminal. Yes, there we go, sorry. Yes.
What do you use it for?
Everything police related.
Okay. Is a police issued laptop?
Yes, it is.
All right. Do MDTs have the ability to communicate with the internet and networks?
Yes, it does.
All right. In this case, Ms. Nettinger testified to the searches of the defendant's police vehicle, and Corporal Howard testified to downloading the defendant's MDT from that vehicle. Did you receive a copy of that download from the defendant's police-issued vehicle and the MDT that he had?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and did you review that?
Yes, I did.
All right. States Exhibits 19.1, 19.2, and 19.3. In there, I want to draw your attention to a few things as Ms. Drake is reviewing those. Does a MDT, does it keep records of search histories and that are made through the device?
Yes, it does.
Does it keep records of maps from like Google Maps that are looked at and utilized?
Yes, it does.
Does it, and so it also, does it keep a record of websites that have been visited?
Yes, it does.
Now, while you use it maybe to do police work as well, like running people through GCIC and things like that, can it operate simply just like a laptop does?
Yes, it can.
Okay. Give Ms. Drake just 1 minute to read those. While she's having time to review this, I'm going to move on to something different. We'll come back to that, okay? You mentioned yesterday that you obtained a search warrant for the defendant's Google account information, his Gmail account. Did you do that?
Yes, I did.
Did you receive results of that?
Yes, I did.
All right. And did you, were you able to look through things in the Gmail account, the Google account associated with the defendant?
Yes, I did.
All right. Going to show Ms. Drake States Exhibits 10.1, 1 and 10.2. While she's reviewing those, we'll go back to the MDT so we can keep going. I'm going to show you States Exhibit 19.1, 19.2, and 19.3. Can you take a look at those and let me know if you recognize them?
Yes, I do.
All right. And 19.1.
Oh, okay.
What is 19.1?
It is Google search history, but with the hyperlinks that you click on.
All right. So it shows you not only what was searched, but also gives you the link that you can click on to go to the same search?
Yes, with the timestamps.
Understood. 19.2, what is that?
Google Chrome, this is other search, yes, Chrome web visits. And it has the map, so this is a map search as well.
Okay, so for maps, Google Map searches?
Yes, because it has center of map.
All right, and then 19.3.
This is one of his Google searches to a website with a snippet of the website.
Okay. The information that's contained in 19.1, 19.2, and 19.3, is that a fair and accurate representation of the information that you just described that you retrieved from the defendant's mobile data terminal computer?
Yes, it is.
All right, Judge, I move to amend State's Exhibit 19.1, .2, and .3.
If I could ask one clarifying question.
Sure.
I believe it is 19.3. You indicated it was a search for a website. The picture that is attached to that, was that provided to you by Google, or is that something that you searched what he searched and that was the result that you got?
The hyperlink, yeah. You can click on it or you can copy and paste it.
Your Honor, at this point, pursuant to the search warrant, I'm not going to object for purposes of the record. I may have relevancy or other objections to some of the specific items. So for the record purposes at this point, however, the court may overrule me and allow everything in, but just so that we can go ahead and ask this question.
Okay, so exhibits 19.1, 19.2, 19.3 are coming in, are being admitted without objection, except possibly to some contents.
Correct. So I would ask at this point that they just be admitted for purposes of the record, and we can revisit that.
Okay,
You, Judge. Your Honor, may I have just one moment?
certain.
May I provide a member of the gallery with some water?
Yes, that's what I was going to ask.
And
Just
I
you.
just gave some cough drops as well.
I usually don't allow any kind of food or beverage in the courtroom, but we're going to give you a cup of water so you can. I also have a lozenge.
I gave her.
Okay, okay.
Thank you.
I believe I may have misunderstood Ms. Drake's question and not answered it fully. Can I get clarification? Can I clarify? I just thought about it.
Yes, so the question I asked you was the photograph that is attached to that particular exhibit, was that sent to you by Google, or was that something that you created?
Oh, okay, no, so it was a search history, and then this is something that was actually visited from Google, yes.
Okay, so
Does that make, I was just making sure you weren't asking that he searched that specific URL.
oh, okay.
Sorry, I just wanted to make sure I answered correctly.
I want to start out with State's Exhibit 19.1. Can you pull that up in front of you?
Yes.
All right. And, Your Honor, may I have permission to publish that?
Yes.
You identified this as the search history on the phone?
Yes.
On the phone,
On the computer, yes.
All right, I have it here up on the screen for us all to look at. And I'm going to scroll down here to the first, I guess the second page technically, but the first page with real data. Describe just generally, give us an idea of what's contained in each column. As we look at here, I'll zoom in on each one specifically as we discuss it.
Keyword search terms?
All right, so contained in that column, the keyword search terms, and that's going to be over here. What does this show, this column?
What was typed in for the search?
Okay, so what was actually searched on the mobile data terminal?
Correct.
All right, next to that, the column where it says last visited date and time, what is that?
It is the date and time that it was visited, and the time is in UTC time.
Okay, and so you have to do the fund conversion of 4 or 5 hours depending on the time?
Yes.
Understood. And then over here where it says URL, what is that?
That is the website address,
Okay, so
the path to get to the website.
if I copied and pasted that, put it into a web browser, it takes me to the same search that the user of the MDT did?
Yes.
Okay. So we'll start here at the top, and I'll zoom in here just so it's a little bit more visible. Here at the top, here it says record 422, or as we're going along. What did the defendant search for on his MDT?
Channel 2 News, Gwinnett.
And when did he search for that?
In UTC time, it's documented as July 29th, 2022 at 12:38 a.m. In Eastern Standard Time, that is July 28th, 2022 at 8:38 p.m.
Okay. The next one that's labeled here, record as 296 and 297. What were the searches for?
296 is hiding a blink camera. That is dated January 26, 2023 at 7:46 a.m. And that's in UTC time. For it to be in Eastern Standard Time, it's January 26, 2023 at 2:46 a.m. because it's daylight savings, so you subtract 5 at that point.
Very good. Now, I'm going to just generally here show you, there's a number of these, and I don't want to go through every single one of them, But here from where it says record number 365, here at the top of the screen,
Yes.
scrolling all the way down through record number 386, which is here on this page at the bottom. What were those search terms for? What was being searched on the MDT?
QT, which is Quick Trip.
All right. Now, while the seconds may vary in when these different searches occurred, I'll scroll back up here. When did the first one occur? And I'll get back up to the top of the page here and maybe zoom in. When did the first search for QT occur?
February 8th, 2023, in UTC time at 3:48 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. That would be February 7th, 2023 at 11:48 a.m. or 11:48 p.m. I apologize. Yes. Right.
So is it 5? It would be 10:48.
10:48 p.m. Yes. Yes. I was trying to count. Sorry.
That's all right. And so there's a number of searches there that we've talked about for QT. The last of which, you said the first one occurred February 7th at 10:48 p.m.
Correct.
The last one, as I scroll down here, which is contained in record number 386, give us the time there.
It is February 8th, 2023 at 3:48 a.m. UTC. Converted to Eastern Standard Time, that is February 7th, 2023 at 10:49 a.m.
Okay. I'm going to scroll down here to the next series of searches, 390, 391, and 392 on the record number. What were these searches for?
Gwinnett County teen found.
And the dates on the first one, record number 390.
February 9th, 2023, 2 a.m. in UTC time. Eastern Standard Time would be February 8th at 10 a.m. or 10 p.m. No, it's 9 p.m.
That's all right. And I know it's confusing with the daylight savings time.
Yes.
Having to subtract different amounts.
Yes.
So at 10 p.m. February 8th, the defendant searched for Gwinnett County teen found.
Correct.
The other two that occurred in 391 and 392, what date and time were those?
They are the same date, and one is at 3:16 a.m., 3:16 a.m., 3:48 a.m.
Before we get down to that.
Sorry.
That's
Okay,
all right.
3:16 a.m. and then -5, so it'd be 10:16 p.m. on the 8th.
Okay. So the first search here that you talked about on February 8th at 9 p.m. essentially, the defendant searches for Gwinnett County teen, and then an hour and 16 minutes later, searches for it twice again?
Yes.
Okay. That would occur around 10:16 p.m.?
Yes.
On February 8th. All right. I'm going to show you here 394 and 395. What are these, and I'll zoom in just so we can see them. What are these searches for?
It says GDOT cameras, which is Georgia Department of Transportation cameras. And then how long is footage kept for GDOT, Georgia Department of Transportation?
All right. The first one, 394, the search for, and I'll just put GDOT cameras. When did that one occur?
February 9th, 2023 at UTC time 3:48 a.m., which would be in Eastern Standard Time February 8th, 2023 at 10:48 p.m.
All right. So how long, and I'm going to scroll back up here to the previous one, as you've already testified to. After the defendant searched for Gwinnett County teen at 10:16 p.m. on February 8th, how much longer after that did he start looking up camera footage from the Georgia Department of Transportation?
About 30 minutes.
Okay. The next record, 395, what is that search term?
How long is footage kept for GDOT?
All right. And when did that search occur?
About 5 minutes later, February 9th, 2023 at 3:53 a.m. UTC, which would have been February 8th, 2023 at 10:53 p.m.
And I know there's a lot of different dates and times here, but the Eastern date time was 10:53 p.m.?
Correct.
All right, now 396, what are we looking for here?
How are you ID by dental records?
All right, and when did this search occur?
February 9th, 2023 at 4:04 a.m. UTC time, which would be February 8th, 2023 at 11:04 p.m.
All right. How long after the defendant searched for the camera footage from the Georgia Department of Transportation, and I'll try to put them both on the screen here, did he search for how was somebody identified by dental records?
A little over 10 minutes later.
Okay. And then lastly, it says record number 404. What is that search?
Gwinnett County teen found.
All right, and when did that occur?
February 10th, 2023, 2:05 a.m. Eastern or UTC time, which would be February 9th, 2023 at 9:05 p.m.
Okay. There's a lot of different searches in this document, but all the searches, with the exception of Channel 2 Action News on July 28th, 2022, and hiding a blink camera here at the top, did those all occur after Susana's body was located in the woods?
Yes.
I want to move now to the State's Exhibit 19.2. Do you have that in front of you?
Yes, I do.
All right. And I'm going to show this briefly, and then we're going to do some other things here. But here, this is very small typeface on here, and it's 13 pages long. But I'm going to zoom in over here just so we can get an idea of what is occurring here. And we'll just start with the top one. The columns here, right here where it says search query, what is that information? What is denoted in those columns?
It was Quick Trip. So it's search QT, and he was likely zooming in that area, searching for a QT in the area that was located on the Google Maps at that time.
Okay, so here in the column where it says search query, that's the actual, is that the actual search that the defendant put into his MDT?
Maybe QT near Georgia 316, the Decula, Georgia. Sometimes it's just documents the area that's visible on the map.
Understood. And this QT search, and the record says 9/28. What's the date and time of that very first search there in the column?
August 6, 2022 at 4:56 a.m. UTC.
All right.
Which
What's the Eastern?
I can't remember when time changes. Is it November?
This is from October to March is daylight savings time.
Okay, so this would be 12:56 a.m.
All right, so 12:50. So we're going to subtract 4 hours if it's in August.
Yes, August 8th.
All right.
Or August 6th.
August 6th at 12:56 in the morning. The search is for QT near Georgia 316.
Yes.
Okay. Now, obviously, and I'm just going to scroll through here. As you scroll down the document here, the first 2 pages and a little bit more all have a search for QT near Georgia 316. But then starting here on the this 3rd page of records with record number 909, what is the search for beginning here on record number 909?
Merchants Metals.
Okay. And what was the date and time of that search?
August 6, 2022 at 4:54 a.m. UTC, which would be 12:54 a.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Okay. In relationship to all of the searches for QT, is this around the same time?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And then again, as we scroll down through the rest of these records, are there many more searches for merchants metals?
Yes.
Each one of these, if you are you able to go on the MDT and click on a hyperlink to take you to what the defendant was actually looking at the time?
Yes.
All right. And each one of these, does it document a slightly different position of the map as the defendant was looking at it?
Yes, each documentation is not like a brand new search. It's him moving around the map. It documents the center of the map. So when you click on it, it'll show you what the view was at the time.
Okay. And then as we scroll down further, we have a little bit more of a description here, like record 901. What is this?
Merchants Metals with the address.
All right. What is the address?
1399 Duncan Lane, Auburn, Georgia, 30011.
Okay. And then around the same time, are we back to searching for QTs near Georgia, 316?
Yes, we are.
Okay. All of these searches that are contained in State's Exhibit 19.2, are those all around the same approximate time and date?
Yes, they are.
All right. Now, Your Honor, I'd like to, if I may, give Detective Carter my laptop and have her demonstrate through the MDT the actual searches that were conducted.
Okay. It'll go on the screen?
It will. I'll put it up on the screen here in a minute.
Okay.
Yes, Your Honor. And because we're not going to look at all of those, I'm going to just tell you a few to look at and have you demonstrate those, okay?
Okay.
I do this without dropping anything. All right. And before we do anything, Your Honor, may I come stand up next to Detective Carter for this question?
Sure.
All right. Visible on the screen? All right. Here on the MDT, can you take us to, over here in the left-hand column, if you would, take us to search number 890. You may have to scroll down a good bit. All right, it's there at the top. Can you click on that one? All right, now, before you click that, down here in this portion here, does this area contain the hyperlink to take you to where where the defendant was looking at in record number 890?
Yes, it does.
All right, can you click on that for us, please? All right, now, I'm going to just collapse that so that we can get a full view. What is the area here in record number 890 on August 6th at around 12:54 a.m. that the defendant is viewing?
It is University Parkway, Highway 316 near Drowning Creek.
Okay, and if you could show us, and you can manipulate the computer if you need to zoom out, show us the general area that we're looking at. Okay.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. This area that we're looking at, is this the area where Susana's body was located?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And I'm going to take you back to the MDT. Can you pull up record number 901? Should be just almost right there below that screen.
Mm-hmm.
This search term is for what? What was he searching for?
Merchants Metals.
Okay. And can you click on that hyperlink for us, please? You can close that side window. Well, let me ask you before you close it. Merchants Metals, is that a business?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and obviously the address you spoke out earlier, 1399 Duncan Lane. Can you show the jury where this business is located on the map?
Can I collapse this?
Yes.
Okay. It is right here.
Okay, and where is that where is Merchants Metals? If you can zoom out and show us.
Merchants Metals is right here off of it's off Duncan Lane, which feeds into 316. Drowning Creek is right here, and this is the area where Susana was located.
In terms of distance, do you have any idea how far it is from where Susana's body was located?
Maybe a mile, not far.
Okay. Can you go to record number, we'll go back here to record number 911. All right, would you click that one as well, the hyperlink on this? what's the defendant looking at here?
QT near Georgia 316 Decula.
Okay, and even though that's a search term, at that time on this search, which we can go back and look at, of August 6, 2022 at 4:55 a.m. UTC, which you said was 12:55 a.m. Eastern,
Yes.
the defendant is viewing this area?
Yes.
All right, now,
And this just means he moved the map over to this side with that same search term.
understood. And then lastly, if you'll take us to number 926. And if you click on the hyperlink there. Okay, and show us here what we're looking at.
316 zoomed in on Drowning Creek.
All right, and how this, where we're looking at here, show us how close this is in relation to where Susana's body was located.
Yeah. Another thing on here. I believe it was around this way, around here. It's not far.
Okay. And you can just zoom out.
Yeah, I'm
more.
trying to.
Okay, there we
There
go.
it is. There's Merchant Metals. It's around here.
Okay. Thank you, Detective Porter. So I'm trying to get this stuff back. So August 6th, how long after Susana disappeared was taken is August 6th?
Some days, maybe a little over a week.
Okay. So she disappeared on the 26th.
About 2 weeks, maybe.
11 days?
Yes.
11 days?
Yes.
Later, that the defendant is searching 12:50 in the morning, 1 o'clock in the morning, searching the area where her body was recovered.
Yes.
Okay. Lastly, I want to take you to State's Exhibit 19.3. Do you have that there in front of you?
I do.
And your may I publish 19.3?
Yes, you may.
19.3, did you tell us what was contained in there again?
It's the Chrome web history.
Okay. And I'm going to pull this up. So you found here on this Chrome web history, Chrome, is that a web browser?
Yes, it's a Google web browser.
Okay. So, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to highlight that. What was the website that was visited in this record, in record number 2626?
It was a law website that's titled How to Obtain Traffic Camera Footage in Georgia.
And what time was that? What date and time, excuse me?
February 9th, 2023, UTC time at 3:53 a.m., which would be Eastern Standard Time, February 8th, 2023 at 10:53 p.m.
Okay. Now, and we were talking about this earlier when you were talking with Ms. Drake. Did you click on the hyperlink that was contained here?
Yes.
All right, and I'm going to pull up here this photograph. All right, and is this the screenshot of the actual website that was visited on that URL?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So Kane Law, is that what is that just a law firm?
Yes.
Okay. But this is the site that the defendant looked at February 8th at 10. You said it, 10:53 p.m.?
Yes.
Okay.
Ms. Drake, I'm assuming you've withdrawn your objections to 19.1, 19.2, and 19.3 at this point?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so they are all fully admitted.
May the state and I approach just very briefly?
Certainly. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our morning break. So let's be back at 10:45. Huh? The pollen's really bad. All right, we'll be back at 10:45. Yes. Yes, I want Odom to come back. Odom. saw them in the hall, so, yeah, they were lined up. So I was like,
May I continue, Your Honor?
absolutely.
And the ticket card, I'm going to show you what it's marked as states. So this is number 10, 10.1, and 10 and 10.1. Do you recognize state exhibits 10 and 10.1?
Yes.
What are they?
They are search histories for his Google account.
All right, and state exhibit, that was 10.1.
Oh, I'm sorry. 10 is a CD that contains it. The exhibits of the Google records.
Right, all right. So the Google records that you're referencing, are those the Google records that you obtained via a search warrant for the defendant's Google records?
Yes.
All right, Judge, I'm going to move to admit States Exhibits 10.10 and 10.1 pursuant to a business record certification, which is labeled and contained in States Exhibits 10.2,
Okay.
that testifies to the authenticity of the records from Google.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay. States Exhibit 10, 10.1, and 10.2 are all admitted without objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, may I publish States Exhibit 10.1?
Yes.
And Detective Carter, do you have States Exhibit 10.1?
Sorry, I do.
That's all right. That's all right. So publish it here, and I'll zoom in so that we can see. Can you see it on the screen as well?
Yes, I can.
Okay. I'll zoom in as far as I can. All right. Starting here at the top, and contained in this document, are these different searches that were conducted on devices that were linked to the defendant's Google account?
Yes.
So explain to the jury how that works in terms of when you ask for records from Google, and it relates to searches that are conducted, how does Google collect and or how do you get that information?
One, it'll depend on what Google account you're logged into, if you have multiple different email addresses. And when you download a specific electronic device, it'll show Google searches that were conducted on that device that you were doing the search on. If you get records for Google period, it'll tell you searches that were searched using that Gmail account or that Google email account.
So for instance, if I have a desktop computer at my house, a laptop computer that I carry with me, and a cell phone that I also use, and all three of them are logged into a Gmail account or a Google account in my name, and I search something on my home computer, and then I search something on my laptop, and then I search something on my phone, are all of those searches cumulatively collected by and returned to you in a when you request them from Google?
When you request them from Google, if you just download one device, you don't have to be logged into an email.
Okay.
It'll just show searches that were made through Google. But when you, yeah.
Oh, I apologize.
No, I'm sorry.
In regards to States Exhibit 10 and 10.1, the Google records, are these records cumulative, if you will, or do they contain searches that might be across multiple devices, all of which were logged into the defendant's Google account?
Yes, they are.
Okay. The first one here at the top of this document, States Exhibit 10.1, what is the search for?
So the search is for P2P police.
I'm sorry. So that's and you're reading the one right below it.
Yes.
The one at the top.
That is what came up and he visited after searching the second one.
Okay. All right. So the search was for P2P police.
Yes.
And then what resulted from?
Yes. You see, this says searched, this is visited.
Understood. Thank you for explaining that. So the search was for P2P, excuse me, I'm getting tongue-tied. P2P police, and then there was a link or there was a visiting of some site that related to P2P data sharing. What is that?
It is a website that law enforcement utilizes to share information. So if not all agencies feed information into that website, but if they do, you can search a term, search a name, search an address, and every department that feeds into that website, you will be able to get information. Some people give reports, some people just show that there was an when I say people, departments, I apologize. They may provide you the report, they may provide you that there was just contact, and they'll usually give you a case number.
Is this tool, the P2P tool that you utilize, is it open to the public, or is it a law enforcement only service?
Law enforcement.
So does Gwinnett County Police Department utilize this service?
Yes, we do, but we only show names and show that we have contact. It doesn't give you any other information.
So if somebody from another agency were to look up a case or something from Gwinnett County Police, they might see the names and things like that, but would not be able to obtain a copy of a police report?
No, they wouldn't be. Sorry. No, they would not.
Okay. Now, if Gwinnett County did share its police reports, would somebody from, say, the city of Dorville be able to access, City of Dorville Police Department, be able to access the P2P site and obtain information from Gwinnett County cases?
Yes, if we did share that.
All right. And what was the date and time at which the defendant searched for these terms?
February 10th, 2023 at 2:35 a.m. UTC time, which would be February 9th, 2023 at 9:35 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Okay. I'm going to scroll down the page here to the next one and tell us what the defendant searched for and what was visited.
So he searched for Gwinnett County teen found, and he visited Gwinnett family notified missing teen girl missing found dead.
Okay. Now, the search that was conducted by the defendant on a Gmail account or Google account, what was this? When did that search occur?
February 10th, 2023 at 2:05 a.m. UTC time, which would be Eastern Standard Time, February 9th, 2023 at 10:05 p.m.
So in February, we're 4 or 5 hours behind.
5.
So at 2:05.
9:05. 9:05.
9:05.
Sorry, p.m.
That's all right. I just want to make sure that we're clear. So at 9:05, the defendant searched for a Gwinnett County teen found. And at what time did he visit the result up here, which is Gwinnett family notified missing teen girl missing found dead?
26 seconds later.
26 seconds later. That's at, you said 9:06 p.m. approximately. How long after that did he try to access the P2P police sharing information service?
29 minutes later.
Okay. And we've seen this here, this visited site, how to obtain traffic camera footage in Georgia with Kane Law. Is that the same, excuse me, is that the same website that we previously looked at on the MDT?
Yes.
Okay. Is this one example of, I guess, what we've looked at here? His MDT being signed into his Google account and then logging information with Google?
Possibly, or he could have searched it on both devices.
Understood. Down here, the next two here, he searched for Mako. What is Mako?
They do body repairs on vehicles and paint as well.
All right. And when did he search for that?
February 9th, 2023 at 3:25 a.m. UTC, which would be February 8th, 2023 at 10:25 p.m.
All right. And what was visited?
The Mako website, Mako Auto Body Shop and Painting.
All right. Now, what time did that occur?
About 1 second later, it's February 9th, 2023, 3:26 a.m. UTC, which would be February 8th, 2023 at 10:26 p.m.
All right. So 10:25 a.m. and 23 seconds, he searches for Mako and then visits the body shop. 50 seconds later?
Yes, 10:25 p.m.
Okay. 10:25 p.m. In this case, did you obtain any information, did you learn about any possible damage that would have been to the defendant's vehicle?
Yes. During his interview, he told us that his window or his mirror was shattered the night that Susana went missing. And then while speaking with Avion, she mentioned scratches on his vehicle around that time.
Around the time that his gun was stolen?
Correct, yes.
Down a little bit lower here, looking for this one. What was the search here? Gwinnett County teen found. When did that one occur?
February 9th, 2023 at 3:16 a.m. UTC, which would be February 8th, 2023 at 10:16 p.m.
All right. And then down here below, this one.
So he visited February on body found in Gwinnett County, identified as missing 16-year-old on February 9th, 2023 at 3:15 a.m. UTC, which would be February 8th, 2023 at 10:15 p.m. And that would be after he searched Gwinnett County teen found, which is the next line.
Okay, understood. All right, so, down here, I apologize. All right, so the search was for Gwinnett County teen found at 3:14 a.m. or 10:14 p.m. February 8th, and then visited the site that's contained here.
Correct.
All right. All right, and then down here, we'll start here with the bottom. What was this search for here, February 9th at 2 a.m.?
Gwinnett County teen found.
All right, and even though I said 2 a.m., I know this is all UTC. We're going back 5 hours, so this is 9 p.m.?
Yes.
All right.
On the 8th.
And what visit did he make, or what website did he visit after that?
Human remains found in Gwinnett County, identified as missing 16,
Okay.
is what shows up.
And how long after the search did he visit that site?
12 seconds.
Okay. All right, and I can only show 2 at a time on here, but we're going to go through all 3 of these here. What was the, start here with the top one. What are we looking at here in this top search?
That's a URL for Fox 5 Atlanta.
Okay, so did the defendant visit that website?
Yes, he did.
Okay, and what was this website for?
It was for the previous visit. It was Duluth man charged in murder of Atlanta woman whose body,
Okay.
and its body was found in the woods. Is the rest of it up there?
Okay, so the when you visited the website, this website that you're talking about, the Fox 5 Atlanta, this was for, is it a news story?
Yes, it is.
All right, and what is the news story for?
It's regarding a man who was charged for murdering a woman in Atlanta whose body was dumped in the woods,
Now,
or found in the woods. I apologize.
when did that search occur?
August 6, 2022 at 4:19 a.m., which would be August 6, 2022 at 12:19 Eastern Standard Time.
All right. And the next search down here that you've already referenced, the search, Duluth man charged in murder of Atlanta woman whose body was, and then of course it's cut off there, but what was the date and time of that?
It's the same date and time. The August 6, 2022 at 12:19 Eastern Standard Time AM or 4:19 AM UTC.
And this one right here, at the bottom of the page.
That is a URL for CBS 46, and it's a news article.
News article about what?
Arrest made, murder, Flowery Branch murder.
Okay. And when was this one visited?
August 6, 2022 at 4:17 a.m. UTC, which would be August 6 at 12:17 a.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Now, I want to take you real quickly to another an exhibit that we just looked at here, contained in State's Exhibit 19.2, the Google Maps searches from the defendant's mobile data terminal, his work laptop, and just very generally here, I'll go to you showed us, you demonstrated on the MDT record number 901. So I'll just go to that one as it's contained here. So that we don't have to go back through the actual clicking of the link. But these searches that you've talked about, where the defendant was searching for QT near Tequila, or Highway 316, Merchants, Metals, those searches that we've already gone through, what was the date and time of those searches?
So it is the same date, August 6, 2022, and it is less than an hour apart from exhibits, the referenced exhibits on 10.1. The times are 4:54 a.m.
So here in Exhibit
UTC.
10.1, you documented at 12:17 a.m. and 12:19 a.m. and at 12:19 a.m. he's looking at these news stories about a woman's body being found in the woods, and then by 12:54 a.m. he is on his mobile data terminal looking at Google Maps of the area where Susana's body was recovered?
Yes.
I'm going to take you, scroll down here to here. This one, July 31st of 2022. Can you tell us what this search was for?
Gwinnett County Police Report,
All right, and when did that one occur?
July 31st, 2022 at 1:33 a.m., which would be July 30th, 2022 at 9:33 a.m.
AM or PM?
p.m. Sorry.
All right, I know it's a lot of conversion. So that's July 30th at 9:30 p.m., so that's about 4 days after Susana was taken?
Yes, 5. Yeah, 30th, yes, 5. 4, sorry.
4, okay. Down here, these that say flock safety and flock hot list tool. Can you explain to the jury what flock is?
So Flock is a system that we utilize that has license plate readers, and they're located all around the county. We can log in, run a tag, and see where that vehicle's been, and it documents history for 30 days.
All right. So if a average individual is driving down the road in Gwinnett County or other places that have flock cameras, is their license plate automatically captured by those cameras?
Yes.
Okay. And flock, do they retain that information? Do they keep that information?
For 30 days.
For 30 days. Now, the flock, is that an independent company?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so they're a private company. Do you, as a law enforcement officer, have access to research and view information from flock?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Now, how do you do that?
I log into the website under my username and password, and I search for tags.
Okay. So you can search for, if you know a specific tag, you can
Yes.
type it in, and it will show you anywhere that tag has been captured on a flock camera for at least the last 30 days.
Correct. We can also search specific areas for makes and models of cars, or we can just search specific areas for all of the vehicles that were there at that time.
Okay. Now, in order to access it, you said that you have a username and password. Is that unique to you?
Yes.
All right.
It's for auditing purposes,
What do you mean by that?
to make sure we're not abusing it. So auditing, like the people, we have individuals at our department who are in charge of making audits to document what we're searching.
So, and maybe my next question as it relates to that is, are you allowed as a police officer to utilize the flock system for personal reasons?
No.
In flock, whenever you make a search, do you have to give any kind of reasoning as to why you're making that particular search?
Yes, you do.
All right, and how do you document that, or how do you make note of whatever your reason is?
We usually use the case number that the search is referenced to, or we'll use like a call number which is just like, a call number is when officers may be dispatched somewhere, but a case number is not pulled.
Okay, so is that kind of the police code that we hear sometimes that you would put in there?
No, it's not the police code.
Okay.
It's the documented number, so like a case number for that incident. You're not supposed to put the call number or like the code for whatever it is.
So you're supposed to, as you access and utilize Flock, type in a case-specific number, whether it's an actual case number or kind of a pre-case number, if you will.
Yes.
To put in there. So if anybody is to go back and look, they can look at the case number and associate that search was related to that case.
Correct.
Okay. And the defendant on these, looks like the search was for Flock Hot List tool. When did that occur?
July 31st, 2022 at 12:26 a.m. UTC, which would be July 30th, 2022 at 8:26 p.m.
And then was there any site that was visited?
Yes, he visited the Flock Safety website.
Is that the website that you go to in order to log in and actually conduct the searches?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And so that was at 8:26 p.m. on July 30th?
Correct.
Okay. And then how long after that was the defendant searching for Gwinnett County police reports?
Little over an hour.
Okay. I'm going to take you here to this one. And what are we looking at here?
He searched for Channel 2 News Gwinnett.
All right. And when did that occur?
July 29th, 2022, 12:38 a.m. UTC, which would be July 28th, 2022 at 8:38 p.m.
And then I'm going to take you down here to the bottom, the last page, page number 6 of this exhibit, 10.1. The search here at the bottom, what was the search for?
Gwinnett County Unsolved Murders.
The defendant searched for that when?
July 28th, 2022, 2:59 p.m., which would be July 28th, 2022 at 10:59 a.m.
Okay. And then was there a website that was visited as a result of that search?
Yes, there was.
What was that?
Unsolved Homicides, Georgia Bureau of Investigations, georgia.gov.
And how long after the search was that site visited?
10 seconds.
Okay.
And on the GBI website, there's a tab that you can go to look at cold cases.
Okay.
Or unsolved murders, missing persons, stuff like that.
Understood. The last search here, again, for Flock Hot List tool, you've already explained what that is, but when did this search occur?
July 27th, 2022, 8:48 a.m., which would be July 27th, 2022 at 4:48 a.m.
All right. I want to show you, I'm going to show Ms. Drake first. States Exhibits 20, 20.1, and 20.2. Take a look at, and I'll just give you 20 and 20.2 at this point. Do you recognize those?
I do.
All right, and what is State's Exhibit 20?
It is his Flock search history that I obtained from Flock.
Who's
the company.
Who's Flock search history?
Miles Bryant's.
Okay. So did you request from the Flock company all the searches that the defendant had conducted through Flock?
Yes, I did. When I previously mentioned the 30 days, that's for like the pictures and stuff that we're able to access. Flock documents and keeps an audit of audit themselves of what we're clicking on and what we're doing.
So if we were to request yours, we would see every license plate number, every description of a vehicle that you've ever entered into Flock?
Yes.
Okay. We may not be able to see any photographs that you looked at, but we'll see the searches that you made.
Yes.
Okay. And State's Exhibit 20.2, what is that?
It is Flock records for Miles Bryant.
And Judge, I'm moving to admit State's Exhibit 20 and 20.2 pursuant to a business record certification contained in State's Exhibit 20.1 from the Flock company testifying to the authenticity of the records from Flock.
I don't have any objection to the DISC and the business record certification.
Okay, so 20.2,
I believe
which one is the disc?
20.
20.
20, okay, so you have no objections to 20.1 and 20.2?
2. Not based upon the business record certification at this time.
On all three?
Correct.
Okay, so I'm going to admit State's Exhibit 20, 20.1, and 20.2 without objection.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Your Honor, may I have permission to publish State's Exhibit 20.2?
yes, sir.
All right. All right. Can you see that? Take the recorder.
Yes, I can.
Zoom in as best I can. All right. Here on the left column, the very left column, what are we looking at here? Without, you don't have to read out the specifics, but what generally is contained in that column?
This is the date and time the search occurred.
Okay. And the next one, the column is titled Reason. What is that?
That is the reason that was typed in that I previously mentioned we're supposed to put the case number or the call number for the search.
Okay. And then I'm just going to have you go over to where it says license plates, which is maybe the 7th column over. Do you see that one?
Yes.
What's contained in that column?
Include, and then CSV 66, or Charlie Sierra Zulu 6617 CSZ 6617.
Okay. Is that the column where it documents what plates or description of the vehicles were actually searched by the user?
Yes.
Okay. And then also we kind of have a pared down version of that same thing all the way to the right in the column titled Pretty Filters?
Yes.
Okay. And I want you to start here with the first row there at the top and tell us what's contained in that row.
It was ran on July 31st, 2022 at 12:28 p.m. I'm assuming it doesn't have the conversion there. Reason that was typed was INV, which I believe means investigation. That's what we would normally put it. Has filters false on Flock on the left side. When I mentioned you can put certain parameters if you don't know the tag itself, you can mention like a red Honda, stuff like that. So no filters were entered on this search. Corpus would be only plates because he's only searching for a plate. Offset 0. Raw reason, again, is the reason investigation. The license plate is what he typed. Auto text, I don't know what that is. And then pretty filters, again, is the tag that was typed.
Okay. So in this first search that occurred July 31st at 12:28, what tag was searched?
Charlie Sierra Zulu 6617.
Whose tag is that?
Miles Bryant's.
All right. And what vehicle is that tag fixed to?
A black Ford F-150.
That's the same black Ford F-150 that was seized and searched by the police department in connection to this investigation?
Yes.
Is that the same black Ford F-150 that the defendant claimed he was driving on the night that Susana disappeared?
Yes.
Okay. So the defendant searched for his own tag, his own personal tag, on July 31st of 2022?
Yes.
Okay. Take us to the, and you said it was at 12:28. Take us to the next one.
The next one is 1 minute, or not even 1 minute later, it's 7 seconds later, and which is July 31st, 12:29, time stamped. Same thing, investigate INV, false, only plates, INV, and CSZ 6617, which is Miles Bryant's tag.
Okay. So I think looking at this here, it's about 8 seconds later that this search occurs.
Correct.
The third row here, what is this one?
It is about 3 minutes later, July 31st, 2022, 12:32. And the reason this time that was typed was for image download.
Okay. What does that mean?
That's what he typed. So image download to me is downloading an image.
Okay. Can you download images that Flock obtains?
Yes.
All right, so if he searched for his own plate and then downloaded an image, he downloaded an image of his own plate?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the fourth row here.
July 31st, 2022 at 12:38. Again, INV, false, only plates, INV, CSZ 6617.
Okay. So, and again, this one at 12:38, so 6 minutes after the previous one that says image download.
Yes.
Again for his
Sorry.
vehicle?
Yes.
All right, and then the last one here, January 23rd, or January 20th of 2023, is that the date?
January 20th, 2023, yes.
Yes. All right, and what time was this one?
6:45.
What was the reason given?
Code 4, well, C4, which is code 4, which means I'm good. It's how that's a police code.
Okay, and then ultimately what tag was searched on that day?
CSZ 6617, and you can see the difference on how he typed it from the previous searches. He capitalized the C.
Okay. And so these records that are contained in State's Exhibit 20.2 are all searches that the defendant made of his own license plate.
Correct.
Is that authorized by, as a police officer?
No.
In terms of the reason given, you mentioned case numbers that have to be associated with searches. Were there any case numbers associated with any of these searches?
No.
And is that permissible?
No.
Those in that exhibit document the defendant searching his own tag. Did the defendant utilize Flock otherwise? Did he search for other tags?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in your review of his of the audit that you received, do you recall how many different searches he made? Well, let me ask you a different question first, because I need to. What date range? Over what date range did you request records? Do you recall?
I don't recall the date. It was around the time, I believe it was around the time Susana went missing to when I requested the records.
All right. And I'm going to put up here just the actual records themselves. We've pared it down to make it understandable because this is what they actually look like. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And I don't know. I guess I can assume in Excel. We'll try this and see how we do. All right. So the first record here that's contained in his Flock records. When was the date of that one?
March 27th.
Okay. And I'm going to just scroll down to the bottom. Let's see if we can make this faster. Scroll down to the bottom. And the last date of search is down here. I'll try to zoom in. The last date.
February 10th, 2023.
All right. So after reviewing those records, it appears you've got his Flock records from March 27th, 2022 through February 10th, 2023?
Yes.
Or at least the results that you received document those dates, right?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to, do you recall how many different records, how many different searches the defendant performed?
That's number 846, but I believe the first line is the label, so it's probably 845 searches.
Okay, 845 searches over that period of time. And of those, I see a tag here that is repeated multiple times. Can you see that from where you're sitting?
Yes, I can.
Okay, and what tag is that?
Tudyp, TUDYP00.
Are you familiar with whose tag that is?
Yes, I am. That is Zenobia's.
How many times out of 845 searches, if you know, did the defendant search for Zenobia's plate?
That was a majority of his searches.
Okay.
It was a lot. I don't know the exact number, but it was most of them.
Okay. I want to take you to the defendant's, and Judge, I'm done with this for a moment. I'm going to take you back to the defendant's discussion with you in the interview about his stolen gun and the report he made to Officer Merkley with the Gwinnett County Police Department. When you were investigating the case, did you ever look to see if you could find any proof that the defendant called back to the Gwinnett County Police Department to report that he had found his wallet?
Yes.
And so you did look. Did you find any calls of the defendant calling to report that information?
No, I couldn't find anything.
In the interview, the defendant asked or stated that he did not call Officer Merkley to report it because he did not have the officer's case card, the card with the officer's name on it. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Did you recover that case card that Officer Merkley gave to him on the stolen vehicle report?
Yes, we did.
Where was it?
In his truck.
Okay.
His personal truck.
Okay, and in terms of, did you investigate, as a part of this case, did you investigate trying to find out whether or not the defendant had ever replaced any of the items that would have been in his wallet, such as his driver's license and bank cards that he told Officer Merkley were contained in his wallet?
Yes, I did.
And what did you do in order to investigate that?
I contacted the Driver Services. What is it officially called? I can't think of it. Georgia Department of Driver Services.
Okay.
And asked them to look up records regarding Mr. Bryant, and they did not have any documentation that he had replaced it. I also contacted the banks and requested any record of him replacing the cards as well.
Understood. I'm going to show you what is marked as State's Exhibit number 7. Do you recognize what is contained in State's Exhibit number 7?
That is Department of Driver Services record for Miles Bryant.
All right. And is this the information that you received whenever you searched for whether or not the defendant had actually replaced his driver's license to the Department of Driver Services?
Yes, it is.
All right, Judge, I move to admit State's Exhibit number
7.
and what did I call it?
7.
7. And also it is a certified copy of those records from the Department of Driver Services.
Okay, is that marked separately?
No, Judge,
7 is all
seal
set.
on the document from
Okay.
the Department of Driver Services.
No objection.
All right, State's Exhibit 7 is submitted without objection.
And when you reviewed those records, what was the last date that a driver's license was ever issued to Mr. Bryant?
August 24th, 2021.
All right. So approximately a year before he claims his wallet was stolen?
Yes.
Did you ever find any information that he ever applied for or attempted to obtain a new driver's license?
No.
You also mentioned searching for his bank records. I'm going to show you what I've marked as State's Exhibits 28 and 28.1 once I've shown them to Ms. Drake. Which, the bank records that you requested, which bank was that through?
Navy Federal, and then he had Chase, but I believe Chase operates under a different bank
Okay.
name.
Did you obtain records back from Navy Federal Credit Union?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 28. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
All right, and what is it?
It is his bank records, his transactions.
And you said his bank records.
Miles Bryant's.
Miles Bryant's bank records. Are those from Navy Federal Credit Union?
Yes, they are.
All right, and Judge, at this point, I'm going to move to admit them. State's Exhibit 28 pursuant to a business record certification and labeled in 28.1, which is testifies to the authenticity of those records from Navy Federal Credit Union.
No objection, Your Honor.
State's Exhibit 28 and 28.1 are admitted without objection.
I want to, may I publish them, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. I'm going to, and I know there's 34 pages in this exhibit, but I'm going to take you to page 18 on these. And here at the top, this is the Navy Federal Credit Union Statement of Account for Miles G. Bryant. And here, I'm going to take you to this line right here, which is labeled 07-28. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell us What is that reference a date?
Yes, that's the day the transaction cleared.
Cleared his account?
Yes.
Which would be what date?
July 28th.
And of what year?
2022, I believe, is what the top said for the statement.
So is this a statement from essentially the month of
Yes,
July?
2022. Sorry, I see it now. Yes.
Okay. And on that date, July 28th, what is the record show there in terms of transaction on that day?
It is a debit card purchase, but that was done on July 27th, 2022 at McDonald's in McDonough, Georgia.
Okay. So remind us, when did the defendant make the actual stolen wallet and stolen gun report to Officer Merkley?
July 27th, 2022.
So as he claims that his wallet was stolen on that day, on the same date, he utilized his bank cards that he claimed were stolen to purchase food at McDonald's?
Yes.
Okay. I also want to take you to another topic that you discussed with the defendant in his interview. And I'm going to show you here in a moment, States Exhibit 23 and 23.1. What is vigilant? Y'all talked about something called vigilant in the interview. Can you explain what vigilant is?
Yes, Vigilant is another license plate reader system. Vigilant actually stores data for years at a time, so we're able to go back and look at history more than 30 days compared to Flock. And we receive information is fed into that website from tow trucks and other systems. So there's private companies that also feed information into that system.
Okay, and again, like Flock, are you able to input a license plate in order to find out if a camera associated with the Vigilant network documented that tag anywhere?
Yes.
All right. Did you do so with the defendant's license plate CSZ, or Charlie Sierra Zulu 6617?
Yes, I did.
All right, I'm going to show you what I've marked as States Exhibit number 23. And can you tell us if you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
All right, and what is it?
It is a Vigilant search of Miles Bryant's vehicle.
Is this a accurate representation of the search that was conducted on Vigilant of the defendant's license plate?
Yes.
Judge, I move to admit States Exhibit 23 pursuant to a business record certification from Motorola Solutions, which operates Vigilant and testifies to the authenticity of the record.
Is the business certificate exhibit separate?
I'm sorry, 23.1.
23.1, that's, I could have guessed. Ms. Drake?
No objection.
Okay. States Exhibit 23 and 23.1 are admitted without objection.
I took that from you. I apologize. May I publish it, Your Honor?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to zoom in here, but tell us what we are. First of all, I want to take you up here to the image that's here in the top left screen. What is that an image of?
Miles Bryant's license plate for his vehicle.
All right. Is that that's the actual photograph that was captured by the camera on the Vigilant system?
Yes.
And where was this, let me ask you, when was this photograph taken?
August 23rd, 2022 at 3:18 a.m., which is Eastern Standard Time.
All right. And where was the defendant's vehicle whenever the camera captured it?
The nearest address was 1188 Santa Ana Drive, Norcross, Georgia, 30093, with the nearest intersection being Santa Ana Drive and Balboa Court.
All right. And is that location significant to you in this investigation?
Yes.
What is that location?
It is one house over from Susana's.
All right. On the street that she lived on?
On Santa Ana Drive. Okay. Correct.
Did the defendant provide any reason whatsoever why his vehicle would have been parked on the street there?
No, he didn't.
Okay. There was a search conducted of the defendant's vehicles that we've spoken about. I want to ask you about a few items that were located in those searches. There was a photograph that was taken and Ms. Nettinger testified to in his vehicle that, and it's labeled as States Exhibit 17.11 and 17.12, both of these photographs. I'm going to start with 17.12 here. This was testified to a evidence bag with $1,000 in it in the defendant's truck. Tell me, are police officers, what is the policy as it relates to if money is taken in some form of arrest as evidence, if it's taken lawfully by the police in an encounter of some kind, what is an officer's obligation or responsibility as it relates to evidence in general?
We have to turn it into evidence.
All right. And is there a time frame on when you have to do that?
Yes.
And what is that?
Depending on the item, but money specifically immediately, pretty much.
Okay. Let me ask you, is it permissible for an officer to ever take money seized from a defendant or a suspect or some kind of incident, put it into his personal vehicle, and carry it around for an unspecified amount of time?
No.
All right. In terms of evidence bags in general, do they have the ability for you to document information related to a case?
Yes, they do.
All right. On this one, did it have any documentation that it was related to any particular case?
It did not.
Okay. And I'll also, just so we can, I mentioned 17.11, but that photograph here, that's the same bag that we were just looking at in the previous one?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I also want to show you another photograph from that search here. It is States Exhibit 17.3. All right, can you see that here?
Yes, I can.
All right, and I'm going to zoom in and ask you specifically, down here in the floorboard, this item right here, what is this?
Those are zip ties.
Zip tie.
Or, sorry, flex cuffs
Flex cuffs.
that are similar to zip ties. That's the kind of the mechanism that it uses.
All right, so they lock like a normal zip tie might, but what are these used for?
These specifically are not used yet. It's very rare that we use them. It's when there's not enough handcuffs on scene with individuals that need to be detained.
And why is that? Why would you not utilize these on a regular basis as a law enforcement officer?
You can't get them off with a handcuff key. You have to have scissors or something. It's actually Gwinnett County's policy. You can't use these unless you have scissors that can cut them.
All right. Now, in terms of are these, oftentimes, are they distributed to police officers by police departments?
Yes.
Okay. Do you ever carry them in your personal vehicle?
No.
And why is that?
There's no reason to. I don't know why I would.
Okay. Why you would ever carry them in your personal vehicle?
I'm not using them while I'm in my personal vehicle.
Understood. Now, there's another photograph taken of the defendant's truck, some evidence that was seized. This one was of a driver's license belonging to another individual. I'm going to display this. This is States Exhibit 17.16 here. Do you recall this?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So this driver's license, Georgia-issued driver's license to Ms. Jones Vargas, is it permissible? Let me ask you, if you're a patrol officer, does it happen sometimes that you will take somebody's driver's license on a traffic stop?
Yes.
All right. And is it permissible for you to keep a person's driver's license if you're a patrol officer?
No.
And what are you required to do with them?
It depends on the reason. Sometimes we keep them on accident. We'll make contact with that person to return it. If it's for a reason where it's being seized, we send it to the Department of Driver Services.
In any event, if you accidentally keep a driver's license, what are you required to do with it?
I've always attempted to send it back, or you probably need to put it into evidence, or, again, you can send it off to the Department of Driver Services. I've never had an incident where I wasn't able to return it.
As a law enforcement officer, are you allowed to throw it in the trash?
No,
Keep it in your truck?
no.
And then also, there was the search of the defendant's police-issued vehicle. There was in there, and I can put the photo up here in a minute, but there was an empty vodka bottle in the defendant's the back of his police vehicle. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Are you allowed to have alcohol in a police-issued vehicle?
No, you're not.
In the investigation of the defendant, did you ever look for and obtain evidence from the defendant's own incidents in Doraville, a body-worn camera footage of any missing juveniles in the city of Doraville?
Yes, I did.
All right, and did you review that?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 6.
And, Your Honor, I believe it would be appropriate to reread at this time.
Okay,
You can read it now, Judge, or once it's admitted and published, it doesn't matter to me.
okay. And is it,
I'm not going to have any objection, so if the court wanted to.
okay, is it Exhibit 6 and Exhibit 6.1, the business certificate?
It's a great gesture.
Okay, all right. Both of those are admitted without objection. And ladies and gentlemen, before we publish this piece of evidence, I want to again read you the limiting instructions. Sometimes evidence is admitted for a very limited purpose. Such evidence may be considered by the jury for the sole issue or purpose for which the evidence is limited and not for any other purpose. In order to prove its case in count 1, count 2, count 3, and count 4, the state must show intent. The state has offered evidence of other acts allegedly committed by the accused to prove intent and motive and negate any defenses of accident or mistake. You are permitted to consider that evidence only insofar as it may relate to those issues and not for any other purpose. You may not infer from such evidence that the defendant is of a character that would commit such crimes. The evidence may be considered only to the extent that it may show the elements that the state is required to prove in the crimes charged in the case now on trial. Such evidence, if any, may not be considered by you for any other purpose. The defendant is on trial for the offenses charged in the bill of indictment only and not for any acts, even though such acts may incidentally be criminal. Before you may consider any other alleged acts for the limited purpose stated, you must first determine whether it is more likely than not that the accused committed the other alleged acts. If so, you must then determine whether the act shed any light on the elements of the offenses for which the acts were admitted in the crimes charged in the indictment in this trial. Remember to keep in mind the limited use and the prohibited use of this evidence about other acts of the defendant. By giving this instruction, the court in no way suggests to you that the defendant has or has not committed any other acts, nor whether such acts, if committed, prove anything. This is solely a matter for your determination.
Your Honor, prior to publishing, just for the record,
Okay.
the State's Exhibit 1.4 was a business record certification for the T-Mobile records that we previously published.
Okay.
With Investigator Wilbanks. I don't recall if I tendered it at that time or not, but just to perfect the record, I'm going to tender it as 1.4.
Okay, I can tell you
I have it in my folder. And
if it was tendered. Hold on just a moment. 1.4, I don't believe was tendered. Any objection?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so that's a business certificate for the T-Mobile records, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
It's admitted without objection.
So, may I continue?
Certain.
Before we play this, Detective Carter, after reviewing this, give the jury an idea, just set up for us what is occurring in this body-worn camera footage.
Miles Bryant was dispatched to a residence while on duty regarding a missing/runaway Hispanic juvenile. I believe she was 12, 13 years old. While on scene, initially he's speaking to the mother. While on scene, the juvenile returns home, and then he has a conversation with that juvenile. And this is, I believe, in May of 2022.
So, a couple of months before Susana was taken?
Yes.
And there at the top, before I play it, can you read us out the date and time?
Yes, it's May 20th, 2022 at 17:21 p.m., well, which would be 5:21 p.m. And that's already in Eastern Standard Time because you can see the -4.
Aquí entró el oficial.
Are you the sister?
Sister? Sister.
Okay.
This is my mom.
Oh, okay. Your sister is the one who ran away, right?
No, I'm the one. Well, it's not running away.
This is her?
Risha. Yeah, me.
Where you at, man?
I was at the park.
Why you didn't come home?
Cause they never let me out.
Hold on 1 second. Go and tell your husband that she's home. Hey, I'm just following up with you. She just walked in her door. How did you get back here?
Taxi.
You got a taxi here? Yeah. Who bought you a taxi?
Me, I had like $5 on
You
me.
had $5? Okay. I'll just let you know she's home. So. Yeah, I got you. Yeah, I got you. I just wanted to follow up with you, let you know, since you take the phone case. Okay. How old are you?
13. Almost 14.
Almost 14, right?
Yeah.
Are you old enough to get a driver's license?
No.
You have a job.
No.
Why you say it like that? No, what?
I guess.
What job you have? What job do you have?
No, I mean like I work sometimes with her.
You work sometimes for her, but that's not your job. You just work to her. Right? You pay bills around here?
No.
You know the laws in the state of Georgia about somebody. Do you know the laws in Georgia about somebody under 18? You have no say so of your life.
No.
If she tells you to go to your room, you have to go to your room. If she tells you don't leave the house, you have to stay in the house. And if she tells you bring your little ass right home from school, you have to bring your little ass right home from school. I mean, this is the second time we've been out here, and we're to the point now your parents are finna go file for YDC as an unruly juvenile. You want to go to jail? That's what you want?
No.
You don't want to go to jail? Well, that's the route you're headed. And normally they say you need a record and all this and that, and you have one now. You have that case card of my partner Gomez. I'm going to write a supplemental to what happened today. He didn't come home. Who was the friend that you was at the park with?
My best friend.
Your best friend?
Well, it was a group. It was like we all went in the group to be safe with everybody.
All right, safe. But did your mother know you were there? Besides your dad calling to...
No.
No, right? So if somebody picked you up and raped you, then what? You didn't think about that, did you?
I don't really think it's gonna happen.
You don't think it's gonna happen? I deal with rapes almost every day.
Yeah. It's possible.
Right. So
See?
why you just don't want to come home?
It's not that. It's just that, it was the school. It was the end of the school. I wanted to hang out with my friends. I know that I'm not gonna be allowed to, so I took the risk.
How you know? You just gonna ask? Say, how about?
Ask, it's always a no.
Oh, well, maybe you should earn that trust.
I tried to.
How?
Wait.
This is only last month. That's how you tried to.
Last month.
Yeah, that was April. Oh, I'm sorry, it's not April. Okay. Yeah, but still, it's. And then I know if they don't want you to go nowhere and it sucks, it sucks. It's literally nothing you can do. You're not grown. You're not even fit. You can't even have a learner's permit. You know what I mean? I know it sucks. But, I mean, they might be strict, but they have a roof over your head. I'm pretty sure you eat. You know? So, I mean, you go to school. Would they actually get good grades? Are your grades good? Then, how about you sit down and have a talk with them and say, hey, I would like to start doing this stuff like this. What do I need to do in order for us to move forward and me starting to have some privileges?
I did.
Stuff like this don't make them have privileges. I can guarantee you she don't want you to do shit anymore.
You're right. Even before that. The one who gave me a privilege was my stepdad.
Right. But you might want to earn that. And if you can't, you have to wait till you're 18.
Yeah.
And if you don't, and you keep running away, stuff like that, it's just gonna keep reporting it. They're gonna go down and file for a juvenile, and then you just come with me next time. And then you won't be able to run away. Literally, the door's locked, you won't be able to run away.
True.
So I don't know what is it that bad here? You just can't do nothing here, you just wanna be grown, you wanna go out there,
It's not that I want to be grown, it's just that I just
want to hang out with your friends like other people. Do you think your friends probably earned that privilege? You don't live with them. You don't know what's going on in their household.
I know most of them and their parents.
But you don't know. You don't live with them. You live here, so you don't know. And then you're in. Where were you at? Brookline Park or whatever.
Brookline.
That's not even his jurisdiction. How did you get there?
It's next to my school.
Next to your school, so the bus took you to school, and you just walked from school over there.
No, I just went to school normally, and after school, instead of taking the bus, I just walked to the park.
Right. That's the wrong answer.
Yeah, everything is wrong answer that I'm saying right now.
I mean, I get what you're saying, but it's not right. It's nothing. It's not right.
It's not right.
Something was happening to you. We're doing a rape or a missing person, then we find your body out there in the woods. Then what? Because I know you're probably strong and you're smart and say no to strangers and stuff like that. But nowadays, people don't care. People are my size, big, and just come snatch you up. You can scream, you can shout all you want. They're gonna throw you in the back of the van. They're gonna take you, and your parents will never see you again. And there's nothing you can do. You can't fight it. I mean, you're strong. I promise you. I bet you're strong, but you're not that strong.
Yeah, I know.
There's people that's bigger than me out there.
Definitely.
You know? So, I'm gonna write this up. You came home.
I mean, I was gonna come home, but then I found out that we already knew so.
Team that you was with, it was a group you said?
Yeah.
Okay. All
Are
right.
they getting involved in this?
Huh?
Are they getting involved in this?
I mean, you was hanging out with them.
Yeah.
See what I'm saying? You was hanging out with them, and the only reason we knew you was over there because one of your friends' mom or whatever said you was over there, stuff like that. So yeah, now they're involved. Because now.
I didn't even know she knew. Nobody knew that I went.
So now that, say, you see how bad this can go? Say you was over there with your friends, and your friend mom knew because she said her kids can go. You get raped and killed, stuff like that. Well, she was the last person to know. So now we're all in her, talking to her like.
I didn't even know she knew.
But she did. That's how we found out you was over there. We just gonna stick the Dunwoody police go over there trying to find you.
It would be hard. We were like in the.
We found people.
Yeah.
We found people.
No, I mean like we weren't deep, but like we were on the side. Like we were basically next to the school. That's what we were sitting at.
Okay. Yeah, they was found out.
Yeah, that was fine.
Man, you gotta be careful, man. This is serious, you know. This is serious. You just gonna go back there and talk? You wanna talk to your mom or?
She's not understanding anything. All I know is that my stepdad's on the call.
Is there anything you wanna talk about? What's wrong here, you know?
No, it's just like I just take the risk to have my freedom. This is like the second time I take the risk.
What is your definition to take the risk? Just go do what you want? Leave school? Did you get out of school on time today or you skipped?
No,
Be honest.
I went through all my classes. I waited till we called the walkers and then just went.
Your Peachtree Middle School is your school?
Peachtree Charter Middle School, yeah. I mean, like, most of the kids were going there, so there were lots of kids there.
That's right. You weren't supposed to be there. You see what I'm saying?
And my friend's mom, which I did not know she was gonna go there.
So close door. Your door is just wide open. I got you, but you see what I'm saying? You're not supposed to be there.
I'm not.
See what I'm saying? You got a nice room in your house, you know? You have to try to talk. As being an adult, you want to get older, especially when you're a teenager, stuff like that. You want to try to talk to your parents to get more privileges and stuff not going away. Everybody, keep trying. Unless you want to sit 18 years in a house.
I'm good enough. I don't want to get into this trouble again.
You know? But that is not going to fly. You know? We almost put you on GCIC as a missing person. That's a national database across the whole state as a missing person because you're under 18.
Do you not know where I was?
Not at first.
What do you mean not at first?
Not at first. It came out as a missing person. She calling everybody trying to figure out what did she do because you're not here.
I mean, the only reason why I went is because I didn't think she would know that we were early dismissed.
That still don't make it right. And so, yeah.
I know it was not right.
But when she does know, parents know because the school calls parents and they send out emails and they send out the little phone and yes.
Yeah, the email, I know about that.
So when she said she didn't see you on the camera, she's freaking out thinking something happened to you.
What time
So she's calling, I don't know. So she's calling this officer, which is on a call, which she's calling the detective, which is over your case, which is now calling me out here to see like where you at, missing, right, to put you on a national database saying you're missing. So they see your face anywhere, they put you on billboards, see your face anywhere, and we can get in touch with you. Because again, you don't have, I know this sounds bad, but you don't have any say-so over your life, really.
Yeah.
You can run,
My mom.
you can run away. You can run away right now and get hit by a car, and she's responsible for it. Because she's just responsible for you. That's the thing about parenting. Until you're 18, she's responsible for you. Especially being 13, under the age of 16, you're not even old enough to consent. See what I'm saying? I know I'm getting kind of, out of the bounds, stuff like that, but you're not even old enough to consent for sex yet. You're under 16. You know what I'm saying? Well, you see what I'm saying, though, you know?
Yeah.
I'm being real with you because I don't want you to go out here and get hurt.
Yeah.
So, I'm ready up. They've been advised with. You asked her if she told your stepdad you're back yet?
Ya me dijo a Julie que ya iba. Sí, ya.
Okay.
Aquí está bien. Yeah, he's on the call.
Okay. So, I mean, I'm gonna write it up, and they can still go to juvenile court, and if I was gonna rule juvenile, they feel free. But, you gotta stop. You gotta stop.
To be honest, today was the last day I was going to take him.
Yeah.
After what happened last time, and then this time that I knew it was coming.
Yeah. We gonna get called every time. That's our job. You're underage.
I mean,
A missing kid is, don't be disrespectful with your kid. A missing kid is serious. So, you got a phone?
No.
No? See, little something happened out there. What you gonna call? Yell for
She
help?
broke my phone last time.
Right, she can. It's her phone. You know what I'm saying?
Her phone?
It's her phone. She bought it, right?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? If she bought it, it's her phone.
Yeah.
So, she breaking it, she broke her own property. That was a privilege to you. So now that you're still out there doing this, she's not gonna get you another phone. What if you was out there and something happened, you need to call, you can't. You just get scream. And then they cover your mouth up. I'm trying to get you to see the bigger picture here. So, I'm gonna give you my card.
What am I going to call you with?
Anything.
My God. That's all I'm saying.
I give you my card. You got any questions? Questions? Want to talk? Anything?
I mean, what is going to happen after this, I guess?
I don't know. I'm typing this up, stuff like that, and if they go to the juvenile court, stuff like that, that's the problem, okay? But I'm saying for you, if you want to talk and stuff like that, or got a question, or anything, weird or not, anything, call, let me know, okay?
Questions. Is my stepdad coming back?
I don't know. I don't know.
Julie va a llegar. ¿No? Julie va a llegar.
Sí, pero no sé qué hora, porque ya viene en camino.
Oh, he's on his way.
Yeah, but got a call, anything, irritated, you want to run away again or anything,
It's not running away.
technically you're running away. You can come home. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, thinking about doing something like, oh, I want to go to the park center with friends, call, ask me about it, you know? And I'll tell you what route to probably go. Probably go home, ask your mom, you know? I know it's going to suck if she say no, but if not, I'm going to know where you at anyway. I'm just going to come pick you up, and then we're just going to go to the cab. Panthers real, really, YDC, but, you know? So, my card.
Which one do I call?
The general information, and ask to speak to me.
No. Which is Brian.
Yep.
Right. How is it pronounced?
Brian.
Right. Okay.
So, stay out of trouble.
¿El número del caso? Sí, porque yo le llamo. ¿Y el número del caso?
What's this?
Caso. De caso. I leave a number of case.
Tell her it's the same case number.
Es el mismo número.
I'm gonna tell them to do an add-on.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna do an add-on. Yeah.
Voy a grabar.
So, yep. So, all right. Good.
I just want to go shower and sleep, but they're not gonna let me do it.
Why you say that?
Oh, because they're gonna want to talk to me a lot. But we're probably gonna go to sleep like at 1 a.m.
Yeah. Suck it up.
I know the consequences. So,
All right.
thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, your water.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor, at this time, those are all the questions I have for Detective Carter.
Okay. You want a break?
No.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm going to be very short. Hi, Detective Carter.
Hi, Ms. Drake.
I feel like we've got to know each other very, very much throughout this case.
Yes.
And unfortunately, my questions are not going to seem to have an even flow, but I just have a very, very few specific questions for you.
Yes, ma'am.
First off, you did an interview with Susana's mom.
Yes.
And did she, I don't know if she maintained no or she said she didn't know, but in your interview with her, didn't she tell you that she labeled Susana as a runaway?
I believe that that's the way the report read, yes. I don't know if she meant she said she was a runaway or...
Or that she has run away?
Yeah.
And also she told you that she was addicted to marijuana, even though she might not have said the word marijuana. She might have referred to pot or something like that.
She did not say addicted. That was what was translated to me. It was later reviewed, and that is not what Miss Maria said.
Well, then what did she say about the marijuana?
She said basically she didn't want Susana hanging out with Kelly because Kelly does drugs and Susana was smoking weed already. That's not verbatim. That's when it was explained to me again.
Okay, so the other officer who speaks Spanish that's translating, he messed up the translation?
Yes.
Did you go back and verify the full interview to see if he misinterpreted or mistranslated anything else?
No, not the entire interview.
And in Jasmine's interview, she talked a little bit about a diary, and you asked her for the diary. Did you ever get the diary?
No, I didn't.
Do you have to have a psychological evaluation to be in the military?
Ooh, that was 2008. Yeah, I think you do. Yes.
Yeah, my brother's in the Marines, and I was trying to think back too. So
Yeah, you go through a whole process. It's a whole day at MEPS at a fort. I went to Fort Gillem. I'm pretty sure they did, along with a ton of other things.
Right, and as a cop, you would.
Yes.
Did you have to redo the psychological when you became an officer?
Yes.
Oh, okay. If Miles's phone, either one of them, is hitting off of a tower that is close to his apartment, or where Susana's phone, where the crash alert occurred, he could not have been where the body was found on 316. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, not at the same time.
And the media reports that we've all seen, most of the time they would include the picture of her, especially when she was still missing.
Yes.
And we've seen some specific searches, but that is not all inclusive of all of the searches that he did on his phone. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, that would have been thousands of pages.
And I'm so glad you did
Yeah.
not bring all of those with you today. Now, when there was a Google for Gwinnett Unsolved Murders, that was immediately after Susana went missing, correct?
It was 2 days later, I believe, July 29th.
So at that point, there had been no indication that her body had been found. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the case card that you found in the truck, there was a lot of miscellaneous items in the truck. Would that be a fair statement?
Yes.
And the charge that was on the same day that he reported his wallet stolen, if you used Apple Pay and not the physical card, that would show up as a debit as well on your bank statement, would it not?
I know for my bank statements, it'll have some kind of indication that it was Apple Pay that was used.
Okay. Do you know specifically, and I didn't mean to interrupt you, do you know specifically about his bank?
I have Navy Federal as well, and it does show up. It'll say Apple Pay. Well, it doesn't say Apple Pay. It'll say APPL. And then if you use a debit card, it'll say debit. If you use your credit card, it'll say credit card.
Okay. And if I can have just one moment, please.
Sure.
And just for clarification, we talked about that he did thousands and thousands of searches. It wasn't the same as what you brought in. It was other miscellaneous stuff that would have no connection to this case.
Yes, it's both. There's a lot, yeah.
All right, thank you.
By way of visual representation, the total searches in his phone.
Yes, and that's just the phone.
And just for the record, I'm holding a stack of papers here. Is this the full search history?
Pretty sure, yeah. It starts at 1. Yeah.
Okay. So obviously, you went through, looked at what was relevant. That's the stuff that we included and admitted?
Yes.
Okay. In all of that search history, I don't know how many pages, hundreds of pages here, did the defendant ever search for anything related to overdoses?
No.
Thank you.
I have nothing further. Thank you, Detective.
Thank you.
May we release this witness?
She's going to come right
She's
back
going to
here.
come right there. We'll
So-
release her to the table.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
If the trains will approach. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take our lunch break now. And same thing, stay in the cafeteria. if you can be back at 1:15. Enjoy your lunch. Just one moment. I want to get my staff attorney out here before we go into motions. I want to get my staff attorney out here before we go into motions. Hey, can you come out here? Thanks.
Sorry, Judge, are y'all waiting on me? I apologize.
That's all right.
Collect
That's all right.
documents and make them orderly.
It's my understanding that the state is going to rest when the jury comes back.
That's my anticipation, Judge.
Okay. Assuming that you're going to rest, any matters I need to take up for the defense?
Yes, Your Honor. I would make a directed verdict motion, and I try not to do one on every charge whatsoever. However, Your Honor, on the count 2, the felony murder, the count 3, the kidnapping, and the count 4 that's based upon the kidnapping, I would submit to you that obviously she did know who this person was. There were at least 2 different incidences where there was a conversation that she was there, whether he was talking directly to her or not, and there is 0 evidence that she did not voluntarily at some point get into his vehicle. So that would take away the kidnapping, and there's no evidence that he didn't let her out when she asked to at some point. So I would ask for a directed verdict on those 3 counts.
And tell me the 3 felony murder.
It would be felony murder, kidnapping, and criminal attempt to commit rape.
Okay.
Judge, I strenuously disagree with Ms. Drake. The evidence that the jury has heard is that the victim, Susana Morales, had absolutely no interactions with the defendant other than being present with Miss Alyssa Marvin twice whenever she interacted with the defendant. There are no text messages between them. There are no social media messages between them. There's no evidence of her in his life in any way, shape, or form other than she was present twice in the complex whenever he spoke to her friend. The other evidence presented to the jury was that she was, in fact, walking home, that she had made it all the way to her road on Santa Ana Drive before changing directions and going back the opposite direction. Her phone is very shortly thrown out of the vehicle, or we believe the evidence supports that it was thrown out of the vehicle in any way, shape, or form. It does not appear to have been dropped because every witness testified that that's never happened with a crash alert ever. Furthermore, Detective Carter testified that a vehicle has to be traveling more than 25 miles an hour for a period of at least 30 seconds in order for a crash alert to be given. That's the testimony before the court, which supports the finding that her phone was in fact thrown out of the vehicle. That crash alert occurred exactly where Synovia Parks said that he turned into the neighborhood that she was following him into at that exact intersection. Furthermore, based on the defendant's own statements at his trial, or not his trial, excuse me, in his interview, he didn't tell the truth about one single thing. I mean, the entire interview was lie after lie after lie about his involvement. adamant. He claimed complete ignorance of any and all facts related to it, and that it was mere coincidence. I think that based on the evidence the jury has heard, that a rational trier of fact can in fact find that he committed a kidnapping of Susana Morales. There is no evidence that the defense has presented, and of course they haven't gone yet, but through any questionings of the state's witnesses that show anything other than she was headed home with no connection to the defendant and then disappeared from the face of the planet with her phone being thrown out of the vehicle. Furthermore, the criminal attempt to commit rape, which is count 4, Susana was found naked. She was in the woods in an area that was very difficult to access. She has no vehicle and no way to get there on her own. She was completely skeletal, so of course there's no forensic evidence. However, witness Jones testified that the defendant in jail made the statements that we could not connect him to the body because we did not have his blood or semen on the body. That particular statement by Mr. Jones, I think, demands a reasonable person to respond. If he's concerned about there being semen on the body, then of course that could lead a rational trier of fact to believe that he did in fact commit those. Based on also the additional sexual testimony that has been presented less than 1 day after this happened. Regardless, we all know, and you can watch the video and know that his story to the investigators is just absolute malarkey. It is not true in any way, shape, or form. But regardless, whatever he gets, if he takes the stand and says that he did it by accident or it was intentional or whatever he comes up with, the reality is that less than 24 hours after being involved in a violent death of a teenage girl, he's stealing photographs, sexual photographs of a woman masturbating from her phone less than 24 hours later. The sexual evidence against him, I think, also can lead a rational trier of fact in connection to the other facts to believe that that has in fact occurred. And of course, if the kidnapping has occurred and resulted in her death, it supports felony murder. So I'd ask the court to deny all motions for a directed verdict.
I'm going to break for lunch, and then I'll rule on this at 1:15, and I will inquire of the defendant at that time. I want him to have lunchtime and time to talk to you, Ms. Drake, about whether he will testify or not.
I appreciate that, thank you.
Thank you. I mean, if I don't grant, well, regardless, whether I grant your motion or not, there's still pending charges, so,
Yes, ma'am.
okay. trial.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand, sorry, are you aware that once the verdict comes back from the jury, you cannot change your mind about testifying? Okay. Do you understand if you choose to testify, you will be both examined by your attorney and the prosecutor?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you personally, Miles Bryant, want to testify or not?
No, ma'am.
Okay. I find the defendant has freely and voluntarily decided not to testify with a complete understanding of his rights. All right. All right, y'all may be seated. We ready for the jury? Any matters?
I guess just a couple things. I'm just thinking through logistically here. Obviously, I don't know if the defense has any other evidence to present.
That was going to be my next question.
And whether or not, obviously they do, it'll be their turn to present whatever evidence they want to. If they don't, and they also rest fairly quickly, contemporaneously with me resting, at that point, based on our discussion yesterday, I anticipate the court to
Release them. Release the jury.
release the jury. You reserve ruling on the motions for directed verdict. And then, so in terms of preparing for closing arguments to the jury, I got to have some kind of direction, I guess.
I will not be ruling until after the verdict comes in. All the charges will go to the jury.
Okay. So,
All charges will go to the jury as if I had denied
okay.
the defense motion.
So, I understand exactly what the court's saying. I think procedurally and appropriately, the way to accomplish what the court is announcing is for the court to deny the motion for directed verdict at this time for the record, and then Ms. Drake can make a motion at the conclusion of the trial if any verdict is rendered, or if that's a guilty verdict, for essentially a judgment notwithstanding the verdict at that point, which is a renewed motion for a directed verdict, and the court can reconsider exactly what she's arguing at that time.
That's not my understanding of the law. I'm reserving ruling.
Okay. And I think you've announced what your intention is
Yeah.
perfectly. I just wanted to.
I don't think procedurally I need to deny it.
Okay. So in terms of whenever we get to closing arguments, I should and will be able to argue on all of the charges as lined out in the indictment.
Yes, all the charges will go to the jury.
Other than that, then, Judge, I do not believe that I have anything else I'm ready for the jury.
Okay.
We're ready as well, Your Honor.
Okay.
And just for the court's planning purposes, I do plan to rest when the state calls.
Okay. All right. If you'll bring the jury in. All right, we are ready. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you had a good lunch. State, call its next witness.
Your Honor, the state has presented the evidence that we have, and we are resting.
Okay. All right. At this time, the state has rested. It is now the defense's time to present the case if they should want to. Defense call.
Thank you, Your Honor. On behalf of my client, Mr. Bryant, we are resting as well.
Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, I'm going to release you for the day. We have some issues we have to take up about the jury charges. And then tomorrow morning when you come in, evidence has been closed. That portion of the trial is closed. And you will hear closings from, or you may hear closings. The state and the defense will have opportunities to give what are called summations, which we talked about in the beginning, prior to commencing this trial. Let's go ahead and have you here at 8:45, so we can start at 9. We'll have any closings that either side wants to present, and then I will go over all the jury charges, which is the law that you are to apply to this case. I anticipate immediately after lunch that you will be beginning deliberations. It may be a little bit before lunch, but my guess is it'll probably be after lunch tomorrow. I want to remind you, you cannot look up this case, you cannot look up the defendant, you cannot look up any of the attorneys, you can't look up anything on the news about this case, on the internet, you can't post anything on social media, you can't talk to anyone about this case or talk to each other until we complete the trial, which will be tomorrow, and you receive it for deliberations. All right. See you tomorrow. Have a good afternoon off. We are off the record until